Good evening and welcome to the Smyrna Town Council meeting for our November meeting. Thank you for bearing with us. We had a little meeting prior to this meeting, so that's why we're a little late getting started. We do have citizens' comments tonight. Our first one is Ms. Weldy. Ms. Weldy, are you here? Great. If you will come forward and if you'll state your name and your address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
My name is Cherry Bear. I'm at 211 Woodshire Drive in Smyrna, Tennessee. I'm a resident of Smyrna, and I'm also a homeowner. I pay city and county property taxes. My daughter lives here also, and she's a homeowner. On November 5th, 2018, Middle Tennessee experienced severe weather resulting in 7 to 8 tornadoes. I spent an hour and a half in my safe space, as many of you probably did, watching my mobile phone and listening to my weather radio go off constantly with news of tornadoes, watches, and warnings in our area. I kept wondering when I was going to hear the sirens, and I never heard them. So when I called the city and spoke to, I believe her name was Tiffany, she said, we do not have sirens here. So I'm requesting tonight that the City Council of Smyrna take into consideration to installing tornado sirens, bad weather sirens in our community to protect and send precautions to the residents.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for her? Thank you very much. Doing some research, it was, I can't remember exactly how many years ago when we actually looked at tornado sirens. And Brian, what was the number that was it?
2006, we looked at sirens in the community, and the estimated cost was a little over $400,000, right at $400,000.
And one of the things at that time that we had quite a bit of discussion on council was the reverse 911 system, which is done through Rutherford County. And for those that are not familiar with that, currently everyone who has landline is already set up to receive any public service, but you can go on the reverse 911 site. You can set up a landline, a cell phone, a pager, or an email. You can ask to receive tornado warnings, tornado watches, but also with technology, one of the things we talked about, probably all of us, what was happening the night that you were referencing was our phones were all going off quite a bit, letting us know that there was bad weather. Also know that the school system has weather alerts, and anything else you want to add?
No, I was going to say that the school systems are tied into a weather alert system already. And then, like you said, with the technology today and with everybody having a cell phone in their person, we felt like, the technology was more advanced there than what the sirens would provide. We have looked at some communities that have used sirens, and for lack of better words, it's becoming somewhat antiquated. There were several communities that had sirens installed. And during some of the worst storms, some of the damage caused the sirens to be inoperable. But again, the telephones seem to be a better system, so that's the results that we were finding.
So I guess at this point, knowing kind of what we looked at last time, is this something council would like to see staff look at, or are you all comfortable with technology where it is that we're good with where we are?
I'd just like to look at the information. Not saying that I'm looking at going forward with it or anything like that, but just to see what has changed since we looked at it last time also.
Okay.
I'd also like to make sure that we're communicating these to the public, maybe Channel 3, our website or whatnot, so that while we are looking at it and getting some information, that we've at least got knowledge out there and making it more readily available as far as what folks can do as far as landlines, cells, and whatnot.
Agreed. Okay. So, Brian, maybe January meeting, is that something, would that give y'all enough time for our January workshop to maybe bring some information back? Chief, will that give you?
Right. Yep.
Okay. Okay. And I also printed off for you some of the information about the reverse 911, so before you go, if you'd like that information, you can pass that down. Okay,
Let me ask a question. What was the number that you gave out for the price of those?
Right at $400,000
2006.
in 2006.
Is that a per
There was one,
siren
there
or-
was, no, that was
System.
that was the system, and it was not an all-inclusive system for the, if we get into some of the more rural areas of the town limits. I did see something on one of the cities we looked at, they paid about $65,000 per siren for installation. That's per each location, recently. So
I just thought that I remembered from when we did it before that it was significantly more than that. Chief, what was your recollection of it?
I think it was 4.
It was right at 400,000, as Mr. Hercules said, but one thing we did have to do is we had to look at getting power to each pole and the UHF radio frequency that did not include in that 400,000.
well, based on some of council's wishes, why don't we get updated numbers and bring it back in the next 30 to 60 days based on when you all,
I'd say
let's
by
bring it to a
January, we
workshop.
should be able to, at January work session, we'll try to have an updated number
Okay.
just for review.
Okay. And you can check the website for our agendas, and it'll let you know which one meeting, in case you want to come back. Okay? Okay, then we will move on to our meeting agenda, and I will call this meeting to order. And Chaplain Warren is here. I've already seen him to do our prayer, and Miss Diane is going to do our pledge. So if everyone would stand with us for our prayer and pledge, please.
Let us bow together. Our Father, our Lord, today we gather to say thank you for the blessing of today that you have bestowed upon us. We ask, Lord, that you would grant wisdom, give knowledge and understanding to the leaders of this community, that they'll make the proper decision to bring Smyrna forth and let it be that beacon of light to be example for others to follow. We say thank you and we love you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chaplain, Miss Diane, thank you. Okay, we will move into our roll call, Miss Diane.
Councilman Cole,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Morrell,
Here?
Councilwoman Peebles. Here. Councilman Short. Here. Councilman Sullivan.
Here.
Vice Mayor Atkins.
Here.
Mayor Reed.
Here. Okay, item 3 is approval or corrections of the minutes of the October 9th and October 25th, 2018 meetings. Jeff, are these in order?
In order as to form, Mayor.
Do we have any additions or corrections? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move we approve the minutes.
A motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes pass. Mr. Hercules, any correspondence or communication?
None at this time.
Awards or recognition?
No awards, but I do have a recognition I'd like to bring forward.
Sure.
Tonight, you might notice that we have a pretty nice sized crowd for our council meeting. Some of that is because of our friends from Leadership Rutherford are joining us tonight. And if I call your name, if you're here, if you would stand up, we'd like to recognize you and thank you for coming to City Council tonight. Dana Barrett, Kelly Prince, Lori Cutler, Casey Rainey, David Johnson, Michael Hart, Buffy Marie, and then also Lindsay Walker. Did I miss anyone? You good? Share your name with us? I'm good. Okay.
We are-
Again, it's a great program with our Chamber of Commerce, and we appreciate you taking time to come out this evening and be with the Smyrna City Council tonight. Thank you.
We are glad to have you all. We just thought everybody wanted to see us tonight. We didn't realize it was for your class.
We really thought we had a problem on the agenda.
Item 6 is our consent agenda, and for those that don't know, these items are items that are determined by the town manager to be routine matters and not necessarily needing full discussion, but if there's an item that a council member sees that they'd like to pull off and discuss individually and vote on individually, we can do that. I always like to read these items so that people in the audience as well as those at home know exactly what we're voting on our consent agenda. So we do have a couple of items tonight. So our first one is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a lease agreement with Mail Finance, a Neopost USA company relative to the postage machine. Item B is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a contract with Porter Roofing Contractors Incorporated relative to the Justice Center skylight renovations. Item C is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a contract with Site Engineering Consultants, SEC, relative to the drainage study of McClary Road and Lawson Road area. Item D is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute an agreement with Tennessee Rehab Center relative to the use of recreation field area by the Parks and Rec Department. Item E is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute change order number 2 relative to the Jefferson Springs Greenway extension. Item F is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a contract with Modern Day Wrecking relative to the building demolition services for buildings at 38 South Lowry Street. Item G is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a contract with Paul Corporation relative to Paul membrane modules for the water treatment plant. Item H is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a contract with Parker Hannafin Corporation relative to the maintenance of the THM analyzer at the water treatment plant. Item I is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a contract relative to the purchase of property adjacent to the Smyrna Event Center. And item J is approval of the terms of and authorization for the mayor to execute a renewal contract with CenturyLink relative to the data circuit for the police department. These are our items tonight for the consent agenda. Is there an item that council, any items council would like to pull off and look at individually?
I move to approve the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda passes. Oh, let's see how many public hearings we have tonight. Tonight we have 7 public hearings. Under old business, our first public hearing is a consideration of a resolution relative to a plan of services for property located on tax map 54, parcel 52.00 and parcel 52.01. Kevin?
Yeah, this is the plan of services for the annexation request, which is the next item on your agenda. This is a relatively standard document you all seen many times. This puts in writing the services the town will provide this property upon effective date of the annexation. It would be all services here except for water, as this does lie within Consolidated Utility District service boundary. The Planning Commission did recommend approval of this plan of service.
Okay, questions for Kevin on this? This is our 3rd time to see this, so I think we've had.
Mayor, I
quite a
will be
bit of-
voting on this.
Okay. Any questions for Kevin or discussion? Okay, seeing none, then I will go to the public to see if there's anyone here to speak for or against this item. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to the council for a motion.
I move we approve.
For a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes and Mark as abstaining. Marky Mark. Item B is also a public hearing, consideration of an ordinance relative to the annexation and PRD zoning of properties located on tax map 54, parcels 52.00 and parcel 52.01, containing approximately 44.9 acres. It's requested by Thomas Steffen. The property is located northeast of Rocky Fork, Amaville Road, and this also is a second reading. Kevin?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is a request. This is the annexation and PRD zoning request that accompanied the plan of service you just voted on. This also accompanies the rezoning request that is a separate item on your agenda. It's all one development, but we have to treat it separately since we're annexing and zoning part of the property and we're rezoning another piece of the property. This is about 44.9 acres in two separate tracts of property. It is consistent with our land use plan, and again, the adjoining parcel 49 is part of the overall development. Surrounding zoning is a mix of RM in the county and the Amberton PRD, as well as R3 in town. The proposed PRD is for a 343 lot single-family residential subdivision. This will be an extension of the existing or the adjacent already approved Cedar Hills PRD. It would add lots, it would amend the road layout somewhat, and require for some of the lots to have a larger minimum lot width of 60 feet, whereas all have 52 feet in the existing PRD. The Planning Commission did review this and did recommend approval with 3 conditions. The existing PRD does require the amenities to be installed after the building permit is applied for the 100th house, and so that would remain as a condition. They still need to show the proposed utility extensions to serve the development, and there's a proposed new roadway within the development. The condition would be that it would have to line up with Broadley Road, which is an existing county road. That's all that I have.
Questions for Kevin? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will go to the public to see if there's anyone here to speak for or against this item. Seeing no one, I will close this public hearing and go to the council for a motion. A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. Item C is consideration of a resolution and memorandum of ordinance 18-32 relative to the annexation and PRD zoning of property located on tax map 54, parcel 52.00 and parcel 52.01. This is our item we have to do during annexation. Do I have a motion?
I move we approve.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our next public hearing is a consideration of an ordinance relative to the amendment of the PRD on land referenced by tax map 54, parcel 49.00, containing approximately 77.1 acres. It's requested by Thomas Steffen. The property is located south of Morton Lane, and it is a second reading. Kevin?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is for the amendment to the existing PRD. It's in the area on the map that's on the screen and on your iPads there is solid green. I won't go through everything. It's exactly the same as what we just looked at on the annexation as far as the overall development plan and the changes, as well as the conditions of approval that were recommended by the Planning Commission. They did review it and did recommend approval.
Questions for Kevin? This also is a public hearing, so I'll go to the public to see if anyone's here to speak for or against this item. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to the council for a motion.
I move we approve.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstain.
Motion passes. Item E is consideration of an ordinance relative to the amendment of the text of the Smyrna Municipal Zoning Ordinance to amend Article 2, Sections 2.036.3 and Article 5, Section 5.052 point C regarding car washes. This is a second reading and also a public hearing. Kevin?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, this is same text you looked at on first reading. This would add this use as an allowed use in the C2 General Commercial District. It already exists as allowed in the C5 district, and this would just add this one specific use to that as a BZA review. You had requested I put the additional information there about parking requirements, and it is one space per 450 square feet of building. So that would be parking. That would not include anything as far as the stacking lanes. In an automatic car wash type situation or something like that, we would still review that in addition to the actual parking spaces that would be required. So, again, there's no changes to the text as you already passed it on first reading.
Questions for Kevin? We had quite a bit of discussion on this one and kind of hashed this one out. So I feel like we've done a pretty good job with this one. So. Since we have no questions for Kevin, then I will go to the public to see if there's anyone here to speak for or against this item. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to the council for a motion.
I move to approve.
For a motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our next public hearing is a consideration of an ordinance relative to the amendment of the text of the Smyrna Municipal Zoning Ordinance to amend Article 3 to add Section 3.200, Traffic Impact Studies. This is also a second reading. Kevin?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this is another text amendment to the zoning ordinance that you all, again, no changes since you looked at it on first reading. It would add a section to the ordinance, which would be requirements outlining when a traffic study is required for a proposed development, establish guidelines for what that traffic study would have to meet, and it would require a traffic study, but essentially when a proposed development would generate 1,000 trips per day or 100 trips per day at the peak hour. It would also, there is one caveat in there regarding if there is an unsafe situation existing intersection that's, we know there's has a high accident location, there's a blind curve or something like that, that even if those trips are not necessarily generated, that we would look at that. It would require a study and would look at it then as well. I had some additional information that I had given to the Planning Commission that I did put in your packet that hopefully was helpful to you. The Planning Commission did review this and did recommend it to you unanimously.
And Kevin, we did look at other communities to make sure we were similar.
Yeah, I looked at, there's some national standards that the ITE has, as well as I looked at several of the surrounding communities, Metro Nashville, Murfreesboro, several others in Tennessee. And kind of, it wasn't straight down the line with one or another. It was, we looked at several things and kind of put it together for what we thought would work for Smyrna.
Great.
The additional requirements for those sites that may have safety concerns or, like you said, a blind curve or something like that, how is that going to be identified? Is staff going to recognize that? Or is that something planning will develop? Or?
Yeah, we'll have to, when a request comes in or something, we talk to a developer who's looking at a piece of property, we'll try to identify those things as well as we can on the front end, certainly, because this would be required as a part of, say, a rezoning request, if it's a PRD or some other request, or if it's already a zoned piece of property and the use that's proposed is allowed in that zone, then it'd be at the site plan or subdivision plat level. So, yeah, we would, hopefully most of those we would see, but certainly as we grow into the county, there may be others that we are not aware of. But yeah, that is when we would identify those, as early in the process as possible.
Okay.
Other questions for Kevin? Okay, this is a public hearing, so I will go to the public to see if there's anyone here to speak for or against this item. Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and go to the council for a motion.
I move we approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks. Y'all are a little slow tonight. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our next public hearing is a consideration of an ordinance to amend Chapter 7 Temporary Sign Provisions, Section A, General Requirements of the Town of Smyrna Sign Ordinance regarding banners. This is a second reading. Jeff?
Yes, Mayor and Council, as we've discussed previously, this amendment will allow the town planner to waive the $30 fee for nonprofit entities that are seeking to have a banner for certain periods of time. And while we were making the amendment, we also added PVC and vinyl material to the definitions of for the banners.
Okay. I will tell you, I've had some calls from some nonprofits on this. I think we just need to be prepared that they're going to have some questions, and I know y'all have no problems answering those. So, any questions or concerns? Council, before we go to the public? Okay, then at this time we will open our public hearing to hear from the citizens. Anyone here to speak? Then we will close this public hearing and go to the council for a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Any second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our last public hearing tonight is a consideration of an ordinance to amend ordinance 17-23, adopting the 2017-2018 fiscal year budget. This is a second reading. Rex, how are you tonight?
Good, how are you, Mayor?
Wonderful.
These are the year-end budget housekeeping amendments. In the general fund, the amendments are for the following. Public Works Department was over budget by $1,805 due to town hall remodeling expense. The event center was over budget by $102,300 due to overlapping salaries for the chef position, utility and repair and maintenance overruns, and increased costs for food due to anticipated food sales. In the debt service fund, we refunded several issues of long-term debt. That resulted in a savings to the town of $1.9 million. We made transfers to pay for the refunding costs in the amount of $92,258. The amendments of more than $3.6 million reflect the refunding transactions and setting up the escrow account. There's also an amendment reflecting the reclass to reduce the note receivable with the airport authority. The balance of these amendments was an increase of $37,323 into the fund balance. In the capital projects fund, the amendments were for funding the town hall renovation project in the Public Works Department. We also transferred surplus funds from the general fund to the capital project fund and needed an amendment of $3,823,454 to reflect that transaction. The town received a Department of Safety reimbursement grant, and we need to amend revenue and expenses by $35,000, and this was added before the second reading.
What's grant equipment?
Grant equipment?
That's what, see it under capital projects? You may not know off the top of your head.
Typically that's vest, safety
Okay.
vest.
Okay. Okay. Questions for Rex? Okay, Rex, I think you did good. I will go to the public to see if the public has any questions, so I'll open the public hearing at this time. Is anyone here to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and go to the council for a motion.
Move to approve.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Tonight, under our Planning Commission report, we have two items. The first one is consideration of an ordinance relative to the rezoning of properties located on tax map 33, parcels 71.00 and 71.01, containing approximately 12.61 acres. It's requested by Nathan Melson to go from R1 to PUD. The properties are located on Rocky Fork Road at Big Sun Lane, and this is a first reading. Kevin?
Yeah, this is a rezoning request. It's 2 tracts of land on Rocky Fork Road. As you said, there's also borders on Big Sun Lane, which is a new roadway that was built. It's access to the the existing middle school as well as the future elementary school. It's under construction. The properties also have frontage on Percival Street, which is another street that provides access to the schools. Land use plan would support a mix of office, retail, and multifamily in this area. Surrounding zoning is a mix of R1 and R3. The proposed PUD is for an 87-unit townhouse development. We'll have 2 separate commercial lots that will be developed utilizing the C4 requirements of the zoning ordinance. Access would be from Rocky Fork Road and Percival Street for the townhouses. The commercial lots would have access, or potentially have access, to Rocky Fork Road and or Big Sun Lane for the front lot and then Percival Street for the rear lot. I did attach the pattern book that was submitted, which details the uses of the layout, the utilities and buildings and those type of things. The Planning Commission did review this, did recommend approval, 6-4-1 against, with 2 conditions. The minimum size of the townhouse units is 1,500 square feet. I think the text had a range, but they did specifically specify the minimum of 1,500 square feet, and that a privacy fence is required for the units to back up to Percival Street between the rear of the unit and the road that is that parallel to the road there. That's all that I've got.
Questions for Kevin or Tim or Mark? Do you have anything you want to add?
You guys, do you remember that, I know there's one who voted against it, do you remember what the issue was?
I don't remember
That was
specifically.
me.
Yeah, he might could speak to that.
Just a concern as far as how this is going to fix with the overall mix of the land that's going to develop there. Kevin, as far as the R3 that's showing off at Percival, is that being developed? Is that?
That is
Is
under,
that
it's currently
Butler?
under construction. Yeah. Well, there's no houses there yet, but it is
That's the
single
Butler
family.
property.
That's what I thought.
It's called Sundale, that's the name of it.
Do you remember the number of homes, single family
I
there?
think it was about, seems like it was about 200 lots. I'm not sure exactly. And about 3 or 4 sections.
And as far as access to the commercial from Rocky Fork, it's showing I guess if I'm looking at the plat correctly, there's a proposed entrance there that's a little further down, and I'm not sure how to define other or further. Is that, do we have enough distance there as far as from the entrance to the townhomes to there? Are we creating any problems or issues, or?
I think, when the site plan comes in for that corner lot, we may look at that and we may restrict access to Rocky Fork and only have access to Big Sun. I think that's, I think that can still be determined down the road, I guess, depending on what the use is and what the expected traffic is on that, for that use. Now, this C4 would only be a neighborhood commercial type use, not which in general has less traffic generated than a C2 or C5 use would.
And Jerry, to speak to that, you had asked about the one opposition. I can speak to the other side of that, and I agree with Tim. I mean, the fit there is a little questionable, not knowing what's going to be coming there in years to come. But I can tell you, one of the things that we did with this particular owner was to try to, we fixed a lot of things on this site. One was design review. We wanted to make sure none of this contained any kind of vinyl product except for soffits and gutters. All hardy stone, brick, that kind of look. A minimum 1,500 square feet. We did require them to come back in with a plan that showed double wide parking driveways versus what we're accustomed to seeing, which is the single wide on single car garage driveways. This will actually include the double pad even on the single car garage. It started off as a 99 unit development, and some of the concerns we had from the planning side was there's not enough off-site parking in the development, so they trimmed that from 99 down to 87 units and built in pods of parking inside the development. I think Chief even mentioned at one time we had a little turn radius issue in a cul-de-sac for fire engine use and things like that, and they did rectify that. So the fence along Percival was something that I thought we needed to protect the school traffic coming in and out from the visuality of back porches on a townhome product. So I did want to give the developer some credit because through a lot of painstaking process, they did listen. They did all the things that we asked them to do. So I guess the decision is whether or not you feel like it fits there, but they did step up and do the things that we requested of them, and it was a process, but we got there. So
Can I ask a couple questions?
Sure.
So in the run book, it shows foliage along the Percival Street.
that's
Y'all
there
said-
already, yeah.
And y'all said y'all changed that to privacy fence.
We added it.
If I remember, that road's a little elevated.
It is.
So is the privacy fence gonna serve any purpose, or aren't you guys gonna be able to see right over the fence?
Well, we wanted it closer up to the units, so the foliage is gonna be there, but we wanted the fence to be up near the units to where, and I think the developer, if I'm not mistaken, was planning on doing parallel fencing between the units, and that's helpful, but it's not really what we were looking
Doesn't
for.
hide the back porch. I
Right,
gotcha.
so,
And then I assume PUD is gonna have homeowner association, they'd be responsible for maintaining that fence.
Yeah,
absolutely.
fencing, all the landscape and amenities, all that, yeah.
Okay.
Well, Mark, I know when I was on planning commission, this did go back and forth a couple of times, and I was wondering what the changes were from the last time after I left the planning commission to now.
Well, you were there when we began the discussion
right.
and some of the concerns we had. And so they brought that to fruition, is the best way I can describe it.
Tim, was there any other concerns? I watched the planning meeting that night, and I remember you voting against it, but I wasn't sure why.
Well, no, and to Mark's point, I will concede that the developer's done everything that planning asked him to do for the particular project. I'm just cautious as far as how this develops out, and when I'm looking at the surrounding R1 properties and knowing that most everything that we've seen go out there has been, even with a PUD, it would be an R3 or equivalent to an R3. I'm struggling with the fit here.
Kevin, how many acres is that? I've probably got it in front of me. Do you have it in front of you?
It's about 12.6 total, and I think, yeah, about 10.7 of it is the actual
residential.
townhomes, and the other remainder is.
What's that equate to if this were an R6 product? How many units would be allowed as an R6?
If you had an R6 at 14.5 units an acre, I mean, if you maxed it, it'd be 145,
145
Yeah.
acres, or
It would be kind of a max under R6.
So this is really about half of that, which really slims down the density.
This would be about R4?
No, I said there was about 145 or so. If this were an R6 and kind of at max density, it would be about 145, 146 units.
But this would fall, if you were looking
No,
at
this is
equivalent
an
of-
R6 type, I mean, it's multifamily. It's more that R4 is at max density or max, you have 2 units together. 3 or more units, anything 3 or more units in a building is gonna be R6 under our zoning ordinance.
What, do we know the timeline on this development?
I would have to defer to the developer on a specific timeline, I don't know. I
Based
mean,
on the meeting we just had related to the widening of this road, I think we found out we're still some ways out on the additional road here. So if we're gonna add 89 homes with 2 cars a home, plus a new school that's not open yet, could be some concerns there.
just in,
Does this account for that, the easement that we need for the road?
Yes, the easements are already in place.
yeah, the right of way is,
Yeah.
yeah,
The
the
right-of-way
right of way
is-
is
right-of-way
already
is
there.
done.
That's-
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not have to worry
Just
about
the
that.
lanes aren't there,
Right.
which is my point.
Some of my concerns about moving forward and not holding the project, so,
You're talking about the road project?
yes, the road
Yeah.
project.
Okay. I didn't know if you meant this or that.
No, the road project.
Okay.
Other comments, concerns?
The
So-
density scares me to death for where it is, and as everybody has expressed already, I mean, I think the surrounding area, I guess it falls close to spot zoning in my own mind, but I'm very critical of things like that. And, you know, one day we hope that Rocky Fork Road is a main pathway into our community, that we do get an interchange out there, and I just kind of feel like it doesn't fit real well. I've talked to a couple of people who live in that area out there, and they're very concerned about the roadways out there. Of course, we are working as hard as we can on the Rocky Fork Road, or Enon Springs Road extension. But, you know, school opening up right here beside it, the other subdivision right there. It's just dense.
I share some of the same concerns with this, thinking long-term with the Rocky Fork interchange and potentially this road becoming another gateway into Smyrna. Does this type of complex fit on what we envision that gateway looking like? And I don't know that it does. Not just the density issue, but the look and feel of what we want our town to look like coming in from another interchange potentially. We're talking about potentially 5 lanes there eventually to make it that gateway road. Does this really make sense?
Raquel, did you have something?
No, I was actually going to ask about, I know you said that they don't know what they're gonna use the commercial sites for, but did they indicate any?
Well, they talked about,
Options.
maybe potentially a daycare use was one. They thought which maybe with the school nearby and all that might be kind of, would be a fit. But that's, I mean, C4 would be pretty much any type of general business type
Right, I just didn't know if they had given you
offices or-
any indication what they were thinking.
That was the main
they were
use,
gonna
specific
propose.
use that was
Okay.
mentioned, yeah.
Other comments or concerns? Steve and HG, I would echo, and Tim, your concerns as well with timing of the road, and with it being another gateway, it does concern me. So, anything else before we? Okay, then I will go to the council for a motion.
I move that we deny the request as presented.
Okay.
I second.
I have a motion to deny, and I have a second to deny. Any discussion on that? All in favor of denial, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Ms. Diane, you good? Okay. So motion is denied. Item 2 is consideration of an ordinance relative to the rezoning of property located on tax map 28, parcels 129.00, containing approximately 8.13 acres. It's requested by Wendell Miller to go from R1 to C2. The property is located at 2124 Stonecrest Parkway, and this is a first reading. Kevin?
Yeah, this is a rezoning request at the corner of Stonecrest Parkway and Rock Springs Road. There's request is going to be from R1 to C2. Land use plan would support a mix of office, retail, multifamily here. Surrounding zoning is a mix of R1, R3, C2, and the Sterling and Stonecrest PUD, which is a multifamily and commercial mix, PUD. There is an existing house already on this parcel. The Planning Commission did review this and recommended approval 6-4-0 against with 1 abstention.
Questions for Kevin? I think looking at the surrounding properties with this and what we're looking to do on Rock Springs Road, I think this is a good fit. So, anything for Kevin? Then do I have a motion?
I move we approve.
A motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item B is Packaged Liquor Board report. There were no applications for the town council to consider at this time, so we'll move on to item C, which is consideration of a resolution approving the updated 2016 Rutherford County Hazard Mitigation Plan. Kevin?
Yeah, the Mayor and Council, this is just an update to an existing plan that was approved back in 2000. The 2010 plan approved in 2011. It's required for the town to receive any future reimbursements for expenses related to disasters such as floods or tornadoes. Evidently, this plan was updated in late 2015, early 2016. The Rutherford County Board of Commissioners adopted that updated plan in November of 2016. Smyrna wasn't contacted about that updated plan at that time. And we actually discovered it recently when it was brought up as a part of a grant application. So the updated plan, we need to go ahead and adopt it for that purpose, as well as for any reimbursements for any potential disasters that we would have to may undergo. This is something that's typically done every 5 years, so a new plan would have to be done in 2021. So the resolution would approve the plan update and make it effective until April of 2022, which is the FEMA approval is good for 5 years, which was from April of 2017. So I did attach that adopted plan from 2016. So we would obviously recommend this to you.
And I think I asked you this last time. We do have it on our checklist to check next time to make sure.
To make sure, and also to contact this is really driven by the Rutherford County EMA. And so we would make sure they're aware of changes in staffing and all. Some of the folks that were on the committee before are no longer with the town and that sort of thing.
Perfect. Great. Questions for Kevin on this? Do I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
A second?
Second.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Our next item is a consideration of an ordinance enacting a code of ordinances for the town of Smyrna. This is a first reading. Jeff?
Mayor and Council, as we've discussed for quite some time now, the recodification, which is basically maintaining the code that we have. However, once a decade, come along and we look to see are there any provisions that are in conflict with Tennessee law or has become antiquated, or if there's any updates that we'd like to make. We've been through this procedure for going on about 10 to 11 months. This is your first presentation of it. I believe all of you hopefully received my message that, on Dropbox. You see the revisions to even the existing that we received from American Legal back in, I believe it was August or September, which will be, we did have to change the time for the Parks Board when they have public comments, as well as the Athletic Board when they start. And then on the page of the officials, we're updating that as well. But you can find all those under Z at the bottom there. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer, unless you would like me to go through the entire municipal code.
Could we?
He would love that.
I'm gonna get some coffee and let's get started.
Questions for Jeff on the recodification? Jeff, I know you all have put in a lot of time, and we really appreciate it, but I think it's really going to be a benefit to our citizens to be able to go to one spot as opposed to...
Yes, it'll be user-friendly as well for
I agree.
citizens.
Okay, since we have no questions for Jeff, do I have a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item E is consideration of an ordinance to amend the Smyrna Municipal Code relative to the adoption of the 2018 International Codes and the National Electric Code NEC 2017 edition. This is a first reading. Steve Smith, how are you tonight?
I'm well, thank you, Mayor and Council. The International Code Council publishes a new code every 3 years. We currently have adopted the 2012 edition. So there was a 2015 cycle that we pretty much did not participate in as far as adoption. The 2018 is out now, and by state law, we have to update our codes to stay relatively current to the most recently published code. So that's what you have before you, which is the adoption of the 2018 family of international codes with the addition of the 2017 National Electric Code. The 2017 National Electric Code is what the state of Tennessee has recently, just currently adopted and is in place. And as a side note, I'll tell you that I have been in contact with our sister communities, Rutherford County, Murfreesboro, Laverne. They are doing this same code adoption in the same time frame with us here in Smyrna. They also hope to bring their codes updated to these same codes on February the 1st, as I'm suggesting. And the last note I'll mention to you is that I met with some of those officials today, and we have set up some tentative dates for training classes for our local contractors. We're going to have one date in December, 2 dates in January, and tentatively right now, the date in December will be here in Smyrna, actually in this room. So we'll be having some stakeholder meetings with our area contractors, and then also another meeting with an additional meeting actually with the Home Builders Association.
Great. Questions for Steve on this? Every 3 years, it seems like we just redid this.
Well, we actually, in Smyrna, we're on a 6-year cycle, but you're right. It just seems like it just happened.
It goes by so fast.
Yeah.
Okay, do I have a motion to approve?
I move we approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item F is appointment of one member to the Arts Commission Board to serve an unexpired term ending in 2019. Raquel, I think we were waiting for a resignation letter from one of our individuals and had not gotten that yet. And so we are going to pull this one, and hopefully by next meeting we will have that resignation letter. We're just not comfortable until we actually get the resignation letter. So we'll move on to item G, which is appointment of one member to the Smyrna Charity Assistance Board to serve a term ending in 2021. We have 2 applicants. One is Jennifer Ray and one is Ginger Graves. And Jeff, you're going to have to refresh my memory. Is this?
It's a majority of the council.
Okay. So I will open the floor for nominations, since we just need to appoint one member ending in term 2021.
I would nominate Jennifer Ray.
Okay, any other nominations? Okay, nominations will cease, and since we only have one person nominated and one position to fill, all in favor of Jennifer Ray serving the term for the Smyrna Charity Assistance ending in 2021, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, Jennifer Ray. Okay, I didn't see anything on our desk under other tonight. Is that correct, Brian?
Nothing.
Great, then we will move on to status reports. Miss Diane, anything tonight?
I have nothing.
Nothing. Brian?
I have a couple of things I'd like to share with council. First, and as you come in from Murfreesboro on Highway 41, I don't know if you've noticed, but we have a new sign, and it's a painted and cleaned up and actually finished sign. It's hard to see it right now because Santa Claus's face is over it, but it's the emblem of our town seal. Also, you'll notice on your countertop tonight at your desk, there's a new lapel pin with our town seal. So I hope you'll each wear one of those and wear it with pride. And I'm very proud of the work that was done to get our sign cleaned up and fixed up. So
It looks great.
also, I'd like to remind everybody on September the 18th, that's this Sunday, and there's still time to make reservations if you haven't.
You mean November?
November, I said September. November the 18th, I'm sorry.
We'd be waiting a little while.
Wow. Yeah. November 18th. I actually wrote it down as September the 18th. So I don't know. Been a long day. November the 18th at the Town Center, we'll be hosting our second brunch. This is a traditional Thanksgiving lunch. If you haven't seen the menu, I hope you'll take a chance to go online and look at the menu. It's a fantastic meal. You can go anytime between 11 and I believe it's 1:30, 2 o'clock.
1:30.
1:30. It's $21.95. That's all inclusive. That includes tax and tip. And if you didn't come last month, you missed a great treat, and I don't think you'll be disappointed this month. So that's this Sunday. Just call the Town Center for reservations.
And just so, children 6 to 12 are $13.95, and children 5 and under are free. That's right.
Also, I'd like to just mention, thank you to the council and the mayor for participating in our veterans event that was held this past Sunday. We celebrated the 100th anniversary of Veterans Day, 11/11/1918. At 11 o'clock was the end of the First World War, and we were able to honor our veterans. I want to give a little shout out to the VFW at Post 8422 for their participation. Also, we couldn't have done this without the Smyrna Fire and Police Departments. Both chiefs, great job of being there and supporting this. Our Smyrna Parks and Recs, Mike Moss and his group, Stewart's Creek Brass Choir did a great job performing the music. And also our Boy Scouts and Girl Scout troops that were there to help assist with seating and getting our programs into everybody's hands. So just a great event. I've heard nothing but wonderful things about it. I think in the past we've had that program here in front of our building on the Monday Observance Day. Doing it at the memorial on the actual day, I think we increased our group as far as participants. Well over a half and maybe as much as 2/3. So thank you all for making that very special moment happen for our community. I do want to mention Smyrna Fire Department is doing an annual food drive to help the Nourish Food Bank here in Smyrna, November the 12th through the 18th. As you know, food is an issue, and I know Dana back there knows from the standpoint of the United Way, but nearly 35,000 people in Rutherford County don't have enough food. We will also be participating in a food drive that the mayor will talk about in a little while, and some of the food that's portrayed here in front of us. But during this time of November 12th through the 18th, you can stop by our fire departments and drop off food, and we'd ask the community to participate and come out and join us as we support the local community and the food issues in our county through the Nourish Food Bank here in Smyrna. Also, November's a busy month with a lot of things going on in December through the holidays. But our Clerks for Coats drive is going on right now. So our local county court clerk here in Smyrna, there's several places you can drop off coats, mittens, hats, scarves, those kind of things to help warm the children and the adults in our community that could be less fortunate, and some of them actually living on the streets. You can drop those off here at City Hall. You can drop them off at the county, at the court clerk's office. I said county clerk, the court clerk's office, in our judicial building, and I know several of our local businesses are supporting that as well. So want to reach out for the Clerks for Coats drive. Also, just as an information piece, we've been working, Steve Smith and I have been working with our codes folks. We do have some issues sometimes that happen on Saturday with different things going on in the community. And starting next month, we will actually have a codes enforcement officer working one Saturday a month to make sure that we're continuing to keep a good eye on the codes issues with pop-up businesses and different things across the community. So that will be enacted in December. I was invited by Mr. Brian Wilcox to come out and speak to Thurman Francis School on their Veterans Day event, and it was a nice honor to be asked and to be able to go out there. I will tell you there was a bit of a faux pas with my calendar, so it was a last-minute speak from the heart. I was not totally prepared, but I've gotten some great comments, and even one of our directors was there and made a couple of good comments. So I'm proud that that didn't turn out to be a disaster.
As in good comments as critique comments, or good comments as you did an okay job?
Mayor, I did an okay job.
Okay, good.
I thank you for
Good.
pointing
Okay.
that out on television.
Okay, you're welcome.
I can always depend on you.
Always.
Also, I just wanted to mention a couple of recent ribbon cuttings that we participated in. One today in the cool of the day at Steak and Shake. Also, Jerry and I, Councilman Short and I, participated in the Shabby to Chic ribbon cutting here a couple of days ago, and welcome to those two new businesses in our community. I will leave you with one last thing, and that is, if you would tonight, council, as we leave, if you could leave your iPads with me. We are working with our tech group to update from the Dropbox to the new platform that we'll be using for information to you for our council in different meetings. So if it's possible that you could leave it with me tonight, we'll get those taken care of in the next day or two. If for some reason you can't, just let me know and we'll work out something, okay? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Jeff?
I will be emailing you later this week. I spoke with Mr. Hercules and would like possibly on the 29th, the same day as our workshop, to have an executive session. Shouldn't take maybe 15 to 30 minutes, but just have a piece of legal matters to discuss.
Make sure we have our iPads back.
We will. It'll only take a day or two.
Leave your cell phones at the door.
Raquel?
I just wanted to also follow up to Mr. Hercules on the Veterans Day ceremony, and thank all of the participants as well as all the citizens who came out to support the veterans, and thank all of you who are veterans for all that you do and for the freedoms that you fight for each one of us here in America. And secondly, we won't have a meeting before Thanksgiving, so I do want to wish everyone a joyful and safe Thanksgiving holiday.
Great. HG?
Congratulations to Jerry, to Mark, to the mayor. I mean, congratulations to Steve, Tim, and Raquel, because you get to keep us.
That's condolences.
As has been said, very appreciative to the veterans who gave us what we have. They gave us what we have. And also to the different departments of the town who worked on the event for Sunday, because it was a very moving event. I love having it at the Captain Coos Memorial. I think it just gives it a whole different gravity and significance. And, you know, as we sat there Sunday, I was taken back to when we dedicated the memorial itself. And it just puts things in perspective sometimes to think about people giving their life for our country and how much that we take those things for granted. And by the same token, with Thanksgiving coming up, I mean, you know, we also need to reach into our heart and give thanks to God, our higher power, or whoever you may worship, because all things are possible with that. Thank you.
We had two people there who were working, who were actually from Ireland, I think, Ireland, and they had come down from Cave City, Kentucky. They had seen it on the internet and were there on Sunday for the Veterans Day event. So it was nice to see people coming from all over. Tim?
Again, thank you to our veterans and to their families for the sacrifice that happens every day. And I want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Great. Jerry?
Those are the same things that I was going to say, but I do appreciate the veterans, obviously, and I thank them and all of you that we have here. I know we got one on council. Appreciate the service, and that was something special on Sunday. I just really appreciate being able to be a part of it. And also just want to say happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Great. Steve?
Couple of things. This year I got to celebrate Veterans Day for the first time with my son as a military personnel, so it was kind of special. Kevin was in town this weekend and was able to attend. It was fun, it was enjoyable, and I think he really enjoyed it as well. He made comments afterwards. We went for lunch and we celebrated family Thanksgiving dinner this weekend since he was home. And he said that it was, he didn't know how to act with all these people telling him thank you for your service. And so one thing that I always say is when someone tells me thank you for their service, I always respond with thank you for your support. And so that's what most veterans would tell you. All of you have mentioned it. I don't know any veteran that volunteered to serve for any other reason than obligation and for God, country, and Corps, as we say in the Marine Corps. So when you tell us thank you, we appreciate that, and we do understand that it comes from your heart, even if we don't always respond graciously or not know how to respond. It's not something you ever get used to. I've been a veteran now for almost 30 years, and it still seems awkward when someone thanks me for my service, because I feel like it was something I was supposed to do and that I would have done again. I didn't do it for gratitude, but thank you. Along those lines, November 10th is the Marine Corps birthday, and I think the Marine Corps is one of the only branches that when you become a Marine, they say that becomes your new birthday. So Marines have a tradition of wishing each other happy birthday on November 10th. So to all my fellow Marines out there, happy 243rd birthday. We were formed in 1775 in a tavern, something we're very proud of.
You ain't got over yet.
I have not. So thank you to all the Marines that serve. Thank you to all that serve. But it's kind of something that Marines pass on to one another. Even when you don't know each other, you see another Marine on November 10th, you tell them happy birthday. So it's happy birthday to all the Marines out there. Thanksgiving is coming. Enjoy your time with your family. Holidays, Christmas are right behind that, so enjoy your time, and hope everybody has a safe holiday.
Mark?
I have a few things to cover, and everybody's really hit on the same topic tonight, but our veterans mean a lot to us. We're very appreciative of them. I come from a veteran family. Both my mother and father are veterans of the Air Force, and Mom's no longer here. My dad still is, and I thank him every time I talk to him for his service. So we need to do that more frequently than just on the particular days that we recognize these people. And I know a lot of us do. You mentioned Kevin and how they speak to him that way. So thank you for your service. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Thanksgiving being here upon us now. Raquel mentioned this. We will not meet again until Thanksgiving's over with. So I want to wish everybody out there happy Thanksgiving. Keeping in mind, like HG shared, you know, be thankful. Don't just think of it as a day to gather around family and eat a bunch. I think we're all doing a little bit of too much of that during the holiday season as we speak. I had a big lunch today, but it means more than that. So search your heart about that and make sure Thanksgiving is what it means to you and your family, deeper than just gathering and having family time. Saying that, Chief, I know Braxton is still dealing with his brain stuff, and that's one of our fire department sons. And Shannon Williams, for those of you who don't know who Shannon is, a high school, Smyrna High School teacher who is dealing with something similar. So during Thanksgiving, I like to think of people that really need our prayers and thoughts. So I'd like to express those two people tonight. Mayor, thank you for, she has a passion. If you guys don't get to work with her on a day-to-day basis, but we kind of do. And going back to the Captain Coos Memorial and the drive that her passion and the people that gathered around her really pushed that through. So right now, her passion of the day is what you see up front. She's going to be talking about that, I'm sure, in just a moment. That's why it's there. Nobody's mentioned it. We've all stared at the peanut butter tonight. But that said, Mayor has really driven us as a council to be involved, and we've done so. So we're going to compel the public to do the same here in a few minutes. We had a great meeting tonight before this meeting. It's the reason we were late coming in here, about infrastructure and roads and things that are coming our way in Smyrna. So be patient with us. We know we have traffic issues. Every community here in Middle Tennessee does. It's a product of attractive growth. People want to be here, and they're coming in faster than sometimes our roads allow us to build. But a lot of exciting things coming on the way to Smyrna. HG mentioned the election. I want to give my personal thanks. Even though we were all unopposed in this election, we don't want to take that for granted. I want to tell everybody thank you. Those that went into the election polls and pressed that button for me or any of us sitting here tonight, we appreciate that greatly. It's your right to vote. As long as you're exercising that right and participating, that's what it's about. So thank you for the veterans who have allowed us to come to an election and push that vote for the people that we'd like to support and bring to office. But I tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for those that gave me your support. I appreciate it so much. And I think two other things. I know I had a lot. There's two people in our community that we've recently lost. And I know that Chief Vance, who was the former police chief, Chief Arnold's sitting back there now, and he's a beneficiary of a lot of things from Chief Vance. We lost Chief Vance here a week or two ago, and about a week ago. And so we want to wish him and his family, our condolences. His family is probably missing him today. And the other person who I had a privilege and honor to work with was Alfred Fan. I don't know if any of you knew Alfred. Those of you who've been in the community a good while, you will know Alfred, or you have known Alfred. And the very first time I came to work as a volunteer here at the town of Smyrna on a committee, it was the Board of Zoning Appeals, and it was promised to me that that would be an easy board. They will lie to you.
They lied.
It's a difficult board to work through. Steve's currently on that board now, he knows. But Alfred was the board chairman at the time, and had it not been for Alfred, I don't know that I'd be really involved as much as I was being here today. So I'd like to say thank you to the Alfred Fan family and wish them my condolences as well. That's all I have.
He will definitely be missed.
Yes, he will.
It's interesting, as many years ago as that was, that you started on the BZA. I also served with him on the BZA, so I don't know.
He stuck around, didn't he?
I don't know how many years he served, but he served right up until earlier this year, and he resigned, but did not want to. We kind of talked him into it. Because we could tell that it was taking a toll on him coming.
Kind of like Jerry, he retired and then he just needed something to do. So
right.
it's like I got one other thing I got to say.
Okay.
I'm sorry about this.
Okay.
I have a brand new grandbaby being delivered on November 20th. So congratulations to my daughter and son-in-law. That's
Right.
all I have. Thank you.
And speaking about, sure, go ahead. I've lost all control anyway, so go right ahead. There you go.
Control's an illusion anyway.
That's right.
I was going to say the same thing. We just
Go ahead.
Happy birthday to Sally Walsh today. Today is her birthday. And also, Thanksgiving of this year will be my grandson's 5th birthday. Do y'all realize what a big deal that is?
That means he starts school next year.
It does.
Kindergarten. That's
Realize
right.
how old you
He
are.
went and visited school the other day, and he came back so excited he had to talk to me, and he talked
That's
more
great.
than I've heard him talk in a long time.
That's great.
I hope he takes to school like I didn't.
There you go.
Judge Alexander's birthday
That's
was
right.
yesterday.
That's right.
Well, let's just go down the list.
So I actually talked to Doris Fan yesterday. She called me about something with Alfred, and we had a long discussion about what a great job he did here for the town. And I had to thank her because when I first came on board, he was going to roll off of BZA, and at that time I was trying to keep my head above water, being the mayor and all that, and I begged him. I saw him out at a restaurant, and I begged him to stay on, and he did. And even through his health issues, he stayed on, and I can't tell the family how much I appreciate that, because it sure was peace of mind always knowing that he was there sitting on that board. Couple of things, leaf collection service. The leaves must be in biodegradable heavy paper leaf lawn bags. They're available at most local hardware stores. Plastic bags will not be picked up. You can place your filled bags next to the street and no need to call for pickup. I will tell you, we have certain routes that we go, so just be patient with us. I know that this time of year there are quite a few. Next item is we are seeking applications for the 2018 Lifetime Service and Youth Leader Award, and Smyrna Parks and Recreation Department is seeking these applications. The deadline for nominations is this Thursday. There is a $500 scholarship that goes along with the Young Leader Award that is presented by SIMA, and I will tell you at this point well, wait a second. At this point, we only have one applicant, so if you're interested, we would highly recommend you put in an application, or if you know somebody who is deserving of the Young Leader Award, you can do that. And SIMA is?
I think it's the Smyrna Independent Merchants Association. Shop local.
There you go.
Shop local. Rex, you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
That's right. Next is our tree lighting ceremony at the Smyrna Event Center. It will be this coming Tuesday, November 20th from 6 to 8. You can join the fun as the town of Smyrna turns on the Christmas lights around town. And I will tell you, we do sing-alongs, and Stewart's Creek jazz band will be there, so lots of fun things going on that night. And you also can have pictures made with Santa and Mrs. Claus.
Cookies and hot chocolate too.
And cookies and hot chocolate. There you go.
Leads the singing. It's awesome.
There you go. Yes. Next is our Town of Smyrna offices will be closed Thursday, November 22nd, and Friday, November 23rd, so our employees can enjoy the time with their families for Thanksgiving. Our 2018 Christmas Parade will be Sunday, December 2nd at 2 p.m. It is the 44th annual. Can you believe that? And it will take place on Lowry Street. The theme this year is Songs of the Season. And what you see in front of us are non-perishable food items. And one of the things we started a couple of years ago is we have a wonderful community here, a very giving community, but we also have community members who are in need. The fire department does a wonderful job of taking care of those individuals in the month of November with their food drive, and so we try to carry that tradition on with the food drive that we have during the parade. What we ask is people that are participating in the parade, rather than paying to enter the Christmas parade, we ask them to bring non-perishable food items. We also ask those that are coming to view the parade to bring non-perishable food items as well. Our Utilities and Streets Department put together a float, and we have employees that walk along with boxes to collect those food items. So when you see that float coming down the way, all you'll have to do is get that food to those individuals walking along the way with their boxes. I think it's a great way for us to give back. And last year we were right at, Mike, 8,000? 7,100 items. This year our goal is 9,000. So council has stepped up, and each one has contributed 100 items to the food drive. Brian, I think you've done 200 and, no, more than that. What is it now?
I challenged the employees that I would match 250 cans if they bring in 250 cans. I'm happy to tell you that that challenge was accepted. And then our utility department decided they wanted to challenge the town manager for another 250 cans just for their department. So today I delivered 500 cans of food. And with what the town has brought in, what the council has brought in, we're a little bit over 1,700 cans to date. And stuff is still coming in.
So it sounds like council and town manager and utilities department has stepped up. So I challenge any of the other departments. Ah, there we go. So Public Works has stepped up with 250. Finance, have y'all done any yet?
We're working on it.
We're working on it. Okay.
Good answer.
Parks and Rec? In progress. Okay. Okay. Steve, Codes Department back there?
Back in the whip.
Okay. Okay. Kevin? Chief, y'all are going to surpass all of us probably.
Mayor's got a telethon going on, as Steve said.
Well,
Sounds like
and I
Jerry
was,
Lewis telethon.
that's right. And I was thinking about it for next year. We have the award that we do for people who are in the parade for winning the trophy. I think we need to do a trophy among departments. So whatever department, and we could do administration, so Brian could jump on board with us with council next year. And,
Yes.
Bring it in there, right?
you must be a politician.
Him,
So,
we will work on some sort of a unique trophy opportunity
there we go.
that we will present next year.
And maybe what we can do is then present the trophy at the Christmas luncheon
Yep.
for which department wins.
And also know that our town attorney they've stepped
And
up.
they have stepped up as
they've
well. I
already
was
brought
going to
some
say
food
that
in,
as
so-
well. So, there are those that are less fortunate, and we're having a good time doing it, but I think we need to remember the cause and why we're doing it. Like I said, Smyrna is a great community, and I think this is a great way for us to continue to give back. So I have no doubt that we will meet the 9,000 items. Crye-Leike Realty has won it the last 2 years, and I will tell you that we attended a chili cook-off, and all the dollars that they raised will go towards the food drive, and they are busy collecting food items, so they also do a great job. Gingerbread House Workshop is December the 4th at 5:30. Mike, are we full on registration with that?
I haven't heard that we are.
Okay.
It usually fills up fast.
Okay, you can register at Community Pass through our website, and the large houses are $10 and the medium houses are $8. And I'll tell you, this is a great event for families to come out and enjoy for the holiday season. Couple of items on my list. Congratulations to all of the candidates who won. I've already reached out to the new mayor in Laverne and the new mayor in Eagleville. So we look forward to working with them. I also want to say thank you to those candidates that stepped up and put their name on the ballot. I will tell you, it is not easy. I have been through an election where I've won, and I've been through an election where I've lost. And to put yourself out there is something that's really difficult to do. So thank you to everyone who participated. Mike, great job with Halloween in the park. It was a very successful event. I was worried about weather, but it turned out to be perfect. And I can't even begin to imagine how many people we had. Any ideas, Chief, Mike?
I know we had about 2,000 kids come to our booth.
Okay, so 2,000 kids came through the line, so, and I would say there was a lot more that were there, so great time. Brian and Steve, I know you attended the Grove Church for their, and Chief, I think, were you there? No? Okay.
No, Chief Lawrence was there.
Yes, and
Shane Patterson.
Shane
I'm
Patterson
sorry,
was there?
Shane Patterson.
So thank you all for representing us at the Grove Church. It's not too early to start talking about the 2020 census. We've already had a meeting on that and how important that is going to be, how much it helps us in our general fund. So we're going to be talking about that more and more. Brian, can we make sure that we add the reverse 911 info to our website, and maybe even, I know John's trying to do some public service announcements on a monthly basis. Maybe that's something between Chief or EMA we can get something on. Okay?
We'll take care of it.
Perfect. And I want to thank Brown's Chapel. Brown's Chapel has me out every year to celebrate Veterans Day. They have family members of the kids that are veterans come in and individually introduce those veterans and have a breakfast for them. So it's something I always look forward to, and I appreciate Ms. Goosetree including me. If you want to be a part of our food drive, you can either drop things off at any fire department, Chief, or is there a specific one? Any fire department or here at Town Hall. We would love to include your items that we send to the Nourish Food Bank. Don't forget, you can bring your items to the parade as well. Question, and this may be, I'm just making a guess. It looks like we have quite a few young people here. Are you all with a group?
Youth leadership from
youth leadership, Rutherford County. So thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. We appreciate you all getting involved in your community. I know that that's a great program and you learn so much. So thank you all for being here. Anything else, council? We are all very blessed in this community. We are blessed with friends and family. So I wish each one of you a happy Thanksgiving. And until we see you all again, we all are adjourned.